Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. With Mr. and Mrs. E.
Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Intelligent, keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best Grand E, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Auntie, is that you? Yes. Bring in the crime dogs. It's time.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
We're here. We are. Hello.
We're here. All right. All right. Well, welcome in, everybody. We'd like to welcome you to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E. I am joined by our guest, Auntie, and eventually Mrs. E will join us also. So good to see everybody here. So we I say a lot of our favorite people already. Paige Turner, Uber Fubar, Real Me Too, Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches. Let's see, Panda Bear's mom, who if you ever see Panda Bear's mom in someone's chat with the blue hearts, that is for the missing Devlin Tate, who's missing actually 3 months as of this week. And so that's what those, you see her with those blue hearts. She's been a great advocate for him. And want to recognize all I need is Jesus Coffee and True Crime is just become a member. I think she's been a member before, so there must have been a little gap in there or something.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for the support there. We appreciate that very much. Good to see you, Angel Wings, and then Uber Fubar says, I love you all. Ease mods and chat, I love you all. Thank you for the super chat there. And I saw somewhere earlier in the chat that you were going live tonight around 7 o'clock, I think it was. GMT time. What is G? I don't know what time that is. How does that translate to?
Is that something Mountain Time?
Global? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. But so GMT though is.
We're
Could it be,
Americans. We don't
could it be
know.
German Mountain Time?
I don't know. I don't know what GMT stands for, but I think Uber for Bar is in Germany, correct?
I don't know.
think.
I don't know for sure.
I got that impression, but maybe I'm wrong.
I thought it was something Mountain Time.
GMT. I don't know.
I don't know. We're dumb Americans, I guess.
Yeah, I could look it up.
Oh, he's in the UK.
He's in the
UK.
UK. Okay.
Okay, so 7 o'clock there is like 8 hours difference or something usually for us, I think.
General Mountain Time.
General Mountain Time.
Look at
Okay,
this.
very good.
Our sweet
Woohoo!
Sharon Marlowe, thank you so much. If you received a gift of membership from Sharon Marlowe, please tell her thank you. She's the sweetest. We just love her to death. We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you so much, Sharon. And well, Uber says it's a Greenwich Mean Time.
Oh, yeah, I knew
Yeah,
that.
so should have known that.
Greenwich
They
Mean
probably taught us that in second grade or something, and I just forgot.
I actually did know that. That makes us look really dumb.
Well,
I'm really good at Jeopardy. I should have known that.
So we, you guys have anything you want to talk about before we kind of set up
Well,
what's happening today?
We just kind of wanted to go live a little bit early so that we could say hello to our friends and everything before we get started.
Yeah, we
Real Me Too is double modding right now, so he's a powerhouse.
I understand. I know Bullhorn Betty's going live right now, so that I actually lost track of time and was watching Betty. Forgot. Oh no, we're supposed to go on right now too. So
I was wondering. I thought I was in the wrong StreamYard, and I was like, nobody's here.
I know. Got caught up in what she was talking about and lost track of time there. But so we've got our family all back. We had a little trip. We took a little week.
You can tell them what we did.
Yeah, so we Little E, Middle E got back in town from New York, and so it's also, this is around the time. I'm not going to say a specific date, just for doxing purposes. It never would have occurred to me, but generally you're not supposed to tell your birth date to the public because it makes it easier for identity thieves and all that, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
But yeah, so we're somewhere in the vicinity of Little E's birthday, so we went up to Gatlinburg and took her to Soaky Mountain
Water park.
So if I look like I've got a little sun, that is.
Oh, you got a lot of sun.
I got a little bit of sun.
I think they got more than you did at the beach. Your head's really red.
Yeah, it was pretty. Well, you're also up in the mountains, so there's kind of
higher elevation.
Yeah. You always kind of get a little more burned up there than you think you're going.
Closer to the sun.
Mm-hmm. And it was pretty sunny. And of course, you're just around all that pool, and it just reflects and all that. But that was a good time. And I'm wearing my souvenir from Middle E. He brought me back a NYPD police department shirt here, and so that was nice.
Wow, says you're a redhead now.
That I am?
Yeah.
Probably chlorine and stuff too in the hair.
No, they mean the red on your head.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't hurt though. It's just I'm just kind of
color looks good on you. You needed some color.
Yeah, I know. I'm pasty white.
Yes, Middle E brought back gifts unsolicited, so that was even better. He brought back a NYPD shirt for Dad. I got a Moulin Rouge shirt, which I really liked.
Yes.
And sister got an I Love New York. And brother got a I Love New York duck.
Yes.
Well, that I'm sure that made his day.
Oh yeah, he just likes to get the prize.
Yes.
Yeah.
The prize is great to him. So, we still got a lot of folks coming in. If you wouldn't mind, I know there's gonna be a ton of people watching this today. I suspect if you wouldn't mind to hit the like button so people can find us, that helps push us out there. As you come in, that would be much appreciated. I know a lot of you already did. So here in what do we got? About 15 minutes or so. We will start the Kohberger coverage. I was reading about this today. It looks like it could go all day. They said it might even go beyond today, possibly. It's hard to imagine that would last that long, but that's what someone was saying.
Why do they think that? Because of the family statements or because of the actual sentencing?
I'm not sure. I would guess the family statements if they chose to really go a long time. And Kohberger can actually give a statement today if he chooses.
Well-
The attorney I listened to on Fox News this morning felt like he would not give a statement. As you know, President Trump had a tweet, or I don't know if it was a tweet or a Truth Social post, saying that he thinks he should be made to give a statement of explanation for the families, just because so that they know, what his motive in the whole situation was. But the attorney did not feel like he would do it.
Yeah, I'm going to guess he doesn't. If he didn't speak last time, I'm going to guess he's not going to speak today.
I can't imagine.
No, I think he's going to be the type that he's going to want that interview in prison, write books, more that kind of thing.
I think, with his idolization of Ted Bundy, I think he's sees himself on the same level.
Yeah.
And I think that he's going to try to, I don't know, I wouldn't call it celebrity, but kind of trying to be infamous.
But do you think he'll
searching
do
for
that today?
No. I don't think he'll say anything today.
Yeah.
I think, quite frankly, I think he sort of would be gutless to do that.
Right.
Because he's facing all of these people. I don't think he'll do it.
So this is what Auntie was talking about. This is how huge this story is, that it's got the White House's attention. So Trump says here, Brian Kohberger, who was responsible in Idaho for the deaths of 4 wonderful young souls, has made a plea bargain deal in order to avoid the death penalty. These were vicious murders with so many questions left unanswered. While life imprisonment is tough, it's certainly better than receiving the death penalty. But before sentencing, I hope the judge makes Kohberger, at a minimum, explain why he did these horrible murders. There are no explanations. There is no nothing. People were shocked that he was able to plea bargain, but the judge should make him explain what happened. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Right.
So I mean, I don't, that what he's asking for is not going to happen. The judge is not going to, because that's all done. I read something today that the judge actually doesn't have to go along with the plea deal sentencing, that they can.
Wow. Wouldn't that be a shocker?
I think they technically can do that, but I think that would be shocking for the judge to just go outside of the plea bargain. Although I guess it's theoretically possible. I would be very surprised if that happened, but technically I suppose it could. Another one I wanted to share here somewhere. There is also a press release. There's going to be let me pull it up here. And I got to get the glasses for this tiny
goodness.
font. But so this is a press release. It says news conference scheduled following sentencing in the Kohberger case. After the Kohberger sentencing hearing concludes, a news conference will be held inside the Ada County Courthouse. Media will be permitted to bring cameras and equipment into the designated conference room. Courthouse security will facilitate access and direct media representatives to the designated room approximately 45 minutes after sentencing concludes. Ada County Courthouse room details will be provided on site. Brief remarks followed by moderated QA session. And QA participants will be Chief Anthony Dellinger from the Musco Police Department, Corporal Brett Payne, Musco Police Department, Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson, Idaho State Police, and Prosecutor Bill Thompson, the County Prosecutor's Office. And it says, while some details remain protected by law or court order, the briefing is intended to provide factual insight into the investigation, coordination among agencies, and key developments in the case. Questions regarding sentencing conditions, custody status, or inmate placement should be directed to the Idaho Department of Correction. For follow-up inquiries not addressed during the event, please contact the public information officer at the relevant agency. So that is kind of something else to watch for after this concludes today. Maybe some answers, we're supposed to find out a lot more over time because they're releasing all those documents. Mm-hmm. I was reading today that a lot of the evidence that they had ready was cell phone data, of course, the knife sheath, his movements near the area, security footage, and such. So they maybe we'll get more details on what they would have used if they had to. So what are your thoughts on the family today speaking? I think it sounds like Ethan's parents will not speak. That's what we're thinking. It looks like Maddie and Kaylee
I don't think
will.
they're actually even going to be there. From what Fox News said this morning, that they were not planning to attend.
Right. And then
So, I mean,
are the
that's-
Goncalves family going?
the father is speaking, to my understanding. I'm not
Okay.
sure about the mom, but the father for sure is speaking.
Mhm.
And he was on Fox News I think it was yesterday, and gave a report saying that they were on their way there and he plans on speaking.
Yeah.
He's been very good public speaker about the whole situation. He's been very good, and he's very articulate about what he thinks.
And I guess the other two roommates could speak if they choose today.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that they are, but they have the opportunity if they want to, or they could have an attorney speak for them or something. What would you do? Would you speak?
Would I speak? Yes. Could I speak? Probably not.
I don't think I could do it. I actually don't think I could do it. I think I'd be like Ethan's parents. I don't think I would do it. I don't think
I think I can understand it from both perspectives. I can understand wanting to be heard, and I can understand it feeling that it's falling on deaf ears.
I feel like no statement is going to bring them back. It's not going to bring any more closure. But I think some really want to say something to him to make him squirm. I don't think anything you can do to him will make him squirm. I mean,
no, I don't think so either.
He's just an ice man. Just strange. He's a strange man. Just his mannerisms and even the way he behaved during the plea deal and all that. I just thought he's just an odd guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're going in there trying to bring some remorse and make him, feel the humanity of the lives he took, I don't think you're just wasting your time with this person, because he's just, that's just not, I don't think he's capable of that. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with that. The only reason to do it for me would be just to let the world know who the child was, because we don't know these. That's why we've been watching the Kohberger documentary, or not the Kohberger, but the one that 4 Nights in Idaho that Amazon did. And Real Me Too says, I believe you could do it. Mrs. E, no. I actually don't think I could. I don't think I could do it.
Rosebud has a really great point. She said, I just want that judge to implement a no profit gain off his story for him or his family. I agree.
I think that's
or if there were profit, it should go to the victims' families. I mean, if any profit made from the story and, should help compensate them for the money. They've been out monies like crazy just in, having to go to go out of town, spend night in hotels. I mean, this has gone on and on and on. And so I'm sure their expenses are really mounting up.
They can sue him civilly, right?
Yes.
I hope
That's
they
still
do.
an option.
I hope
So
they
if,
do.
even if they don't do that, I suppose they could garnish whatever profits he makes.
That's a good point.
And I
With this
don't know
one.
if I have heard that that anyone has considered that, or if there's been any talk of that. I have not heard that, but I believe they can.
Yeah. So
Oh,
truth
sorry.
be told, said I wouldn't give him the benefit,
I wouldn't give him the
the
pleasure.
pleasure of listening to the pain he caused me.
I think that that's something he would probably enjoy because he's a sick, twisted individual.
I'll tell you, speaking of sick, twisted individuals, can we talk about something real quick? Did anybody hear Stephen Stern's statement?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Oh,
Someone mentioned it earlier in chat, but we were going kind of quickly through and starting, but someone did mention it yesterday.
I
earlier.
don't know if I've ever been more disgusted in my life than to hear him talk about
Yeah.
Maddie.
Took no
Speaking of
responsibility at all.
psychopaths,
I mean, just total. He's living in a fantasy world.
yeah,
Well,
he's a complete psychopath.
I'm really hoping for some prison justice there too.
They shouldn't have let him talk unless he was going to admit to what.
Oh, it was disgusting. It was so disgusting.
You know, I've been thinking of
Right.
today just about
How
all
dare he speak her name? That's exactly right.
Yeah,
That's exactly right.
unless he's going up there to admit what he did and why, and like that was part of the deal. But to go up there and kind of try to be like, that, like
what Rosebud's saying, she was a joy to have.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
I would have punched him
Well,
in the
and
gut.
I still have so much settled feeling about the mom and her not. I mean, she had to have known. She slept in the bed with the two of them on many occasions. I mean, she had to have known something, and for her to receive no charges is, to me, just confounded. I just am crazily upset about that as well.
Well, we don't know for sure yet, right? We don't
Well,
know.
I mean, she hasn't received charges yet.
Is it possible he's part of the plea deal he's doing could be flipping on her
I don't know.
to get her prosecuted? I mean, is it
Okay.
possible?
Yeah.
Could she
I
have
don't know.
played some part besides, the obvious?
What television
I don't know.
station or feed are we going to be following for
I
this?
think Law and Crime.
Law and crime.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. They're not.
Not
they
to
haven't
interrupt,
covered
I
it.
just didn't know if what we were going to be following.
We could put it on the screen if we wanted, right?
Yeah, it's just talking heads right now, though.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just
Okay.
wait.
So it's just.
But yeah, I'm curious to see how that continues to unfold as far as charges for her, if any.
I mean, was that I've heard rumor of her getting immunity.
I
But
haven't
don't
seen
know if
that
it's
anywhere.
like real.
I can look it up and see.
I was about to.
While we're,
I stayed away
Auntie
from
and I
a
always
lot of
do the
it.
same thing.
I stayed away from a lot of it because it's just
it was just
the
awful.
worst imaginable crime for me. To hurting children is just the lowest of the low for me, especially in that way.
Real Me Too says partial immunity.
Yeah, partial immunity. Okay, well, and I kind of stayed away from it, and I kind of had these two stay away from it because
Yes, it's just
it upset me so badly.
I could
that
have
didn't
really
think I
gotten
could do
into it because it's not far from where I'm at, and it was just a horrendous case. I couldn't stomach it.
See, and for me, I'm like, I wanted to do that one because he makes me angrier than almost any true crime criminal we've covered.
Yeah.
Of all of the monsters out there that we've covered over the last year or so,
Mhm.
that's the one I wanted to see justice against more than any of them, just because of the, I mean, just the ongoing horrific. He's an irredeemable monster. There's no coming back for him. You
Right.
know?
That's why
So
I'm thinking there'll be some prison justice.
Well, it says
What is
on the chat GPT, it says, to clarify, Jen Soto was never formally charged and is not known to have been officially granted immunity. She simply faced no criminal consequences based on the available evidence. And that's basically what it said.
Yeah.
And authorities have said that they have no plans to press charges against her. That statement was made as well. But she is not being given immunity.
Real
Well,
Me
that's
Too
funny.
was planning on going to the trial,
Wow.
the Stearns one, right?
I was gonna say
Yeah.
she and Auntie could have gone together.
Yes, that we could have.
No, both of these cases, I mean, and Wow kind of said both of them were disgusting, Stern and Kohberger.
Yes.
They are.
They are.
They're both disgusting, in different ways.
What do you think of the plea deals, though?
I don't. Is this a new tactic? That's what I'm wondering.
I think it's a strategy
I think it's.
Yeah. to avoid the death penalty. That's what it is.
But I'm wondering, and Chris McDonough kind of touched on it, that even with a plea deal, that it could possibly get appealed. And I know that sounds crazy, but I haven't really looked into it.
Oh, Supreme Court,
Right.
They still could, yeah.
Well, and they said with the Stephen Stearns case, especially that there would be appeals. Even though he is pleading.
Oh, I didn't even look into that. So he his plea doesn't.
Well, he said no contest. He's not pleading guilty. He's pleading no contest.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
very different.
See, they had so much leverage on Stearns.
Oh my gosh, they have physical evidence.
In a way, from the outside, it looked like the case against Stearns was stronger than the one against Kohberger.
Well, I mean,
They had her body
Well, they have
on video
videotape.
in his car.
yes.
You know,
Right.
and they had all those images on his phone, like 35,000 or whatever crazy number it was.
It's
Just
not-
on that, they could have put him away for.
Well, it's my
most of
understanding
his life.
that they've put together too some of the clothes that he had on and different things, and there might be pictures of that day
So
as well.
the only
They're-
reason to take the plea
He
deal
was
there,
not a smart guy.
I don't think he was. He wasn't. There would have been if both had gone to trial, and I had to pick which one might get away just on a technicality. I would have thought it might be Kohberger over Stearns, like because to me the Stearns cases just looked like it was just so. I mean, there was no explaining her being.
It was an
off.
ironclad. It was an ironclad thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and so why the only reason to give him the plea deal is just because you don't want to go through the trial
Mhm.
and you just want the guaranteed put him away. But then to let him come up and make a statement and plead no contest, they could have been like, no, you're going to make a guilty plea. We're not accepting this no contest. We're not.
Mm.
Because what was he going to do?
Mhm.
He was going just the images on his phone alone would have put him away for most of his life.
Right.
So I don't know. I just didn't get it.
Wow said if he appeals, can he get the DP? I don't think he's going to
so.
get the DP now, regardless.
I think he'll get it in prison. I know I keep saying that, but I'm talking about Stearns. I don't know about. I think
Yeah.
Kohberger might be a whole other thing.
See,
This
is
Rose,
just,
yeah.
this is just gross. What Rosebud said, not Rosebud, but the point. Take the plea, save your life, but plead no contest. Then make an outlandish statement that you'd trade places with the victim.
I know that drove me crazy because you did that to the victim.
That doesn't feel
How
like,
do you trade places?
that doesn't feel like, that whole thing did not feel like justice for Maddie. at
Oh
all.
gosh, no.
The mom's not there. He accepts no responsibility. He's still playing like he's still going to take the angle that he had nothing to do with it in some way, you know?
He's ugh.
And so, I
Um,
mean, yeah, he'll spend his life in prison, but
Rita says, "What time does court start?" I think we're still waiting.
yeah, I'm looking over
He's
now. and
watching
it's-
it. He's keeping an eye on it. We're going to go over there just as soon as they come in.
So it should be any minute.
Right. No justice, no remorse. It was so fake. Exactly, guys. And Uber gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Uber.
Oh,
We
well,
appreciate you.
Thank you.
If you
Uber.
received a gifted membership from Uber Fubar, please tell him thank you.
And
He's
Yes,
like one
thank
of
you,
our
Uber.
guys in our demographic. When you look at our demographics of who watches our show, it's mostly women. It's like predominantly women.
sure.
We have very few males, and Uber's one of them. So we
Oh,
need
yeah.
to celebrate him.
Well, that's kind of true crime in general, right?
Right.
It's like 80, 90% women.
You know, I used to watch true crime a lot when I would get angry at Mr. E. I would watch what was that show I used to watch? Snapped.
Snapped, I
It's
know.
about wives that commit terrible acts on their husbands.
I know. I always think if you're a husband and your wife is really watching a lot of Snaps, you gotta kind of Do some extra chores
That
around
was
the
a
house.
joke. That was a
and,
joke around the house.
Make
That's
sure you
not
give an
real.
extra foot rub, whatever.
That's not real.
Okay, I think.
Well, it
we're-
is real, but it's. He made a joke about it one day that I watched a lot of Snap when I was angry. Snapped when I was angry.
That reminds me. Well, it wasn't a snap situation, but that dentist that was poisoning his wife with arsenic. That's another one that's in the news right now.
You know, that's interesting too,
Or the
because
dentist, yeah.
usually poison is a female crime.
I know.
Yeah.
You know,
I know.
that's
I thought the same thing. Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Truth be told, says
you've
be
always mentioned
careful.
it. I know.
Uber's over here reading our facial expressions. He thinks
I
something.
know. And that he was saying something about me doing that with my mouth. It's just a bad habit I have.
Well, you try not to interrupt, and you do tend to want to jump in on stuff, and so you're trying to be respectful. I know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm trying to be good.
My husband won't let me watch that because he says it gives me ideas. And Uber, no, he was worried about me. He said I look different.
I don't know. I think you mean it in a good way.
Oh, okay. Well,
I thought he said, like your demeanor was different.
you know me, I'm a little concerned about how much crying I'm going to do today. So, because this will rip out my heart, I'm sure. So,
Real Me Too says it's strange how many doctors think they can get away with it. You do see that a lot with doctors.
I mean,
it's like they think they're smarter than everyone else, so they can figure it out and like they're not going to get caught.
There's a couple of new cases that Betty was talking about, one this morning that we may want to look into.
The disappearance of the girl.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I had sent it to you guys earlier today on our text messaging. But I didn't even know she was going to be covering it. I had just seen it on the news early this morning, and I was like, that's one we need to look at.
Yeah, it looks like another Riley Strain type of situation.
Mhm.
Hopefully not that outcome, but
And
it's
then-
that kind of thing.
The little girl and father in upstate New York.
Oh, that was
Or
awful too.
not upstate. Was it upstate New York? No, I'm sorry.
Panda Bear's mom, I don't know any
I thought it was in Canada.
on Devlin's case.
They were on their way back.
I am on the Facebook groups over there, but nothing significant that I've seen. We're planning on at some point doing a kind of a update on Devlin too.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Uber telling Aunt E how beautiful she is.
Oh, thank you.
That doesn't help my self-esteem, Uber, because I've been dealing with this my entire life. Just so you know.
I believe it was arsenic with the dentist, but they found levels of like I don't know what you call it, levels that were toxic levels of arsenic in her system. But I didn't know anything about the eye drops. I didn't know if there was an eye drop one.
You'd kind of think a doctor would get away with it, like they would know how to
Make it look like an accident.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Oh, guys, I wasn't fishing for compliments. It was just a joke because she knows, like, she was the cheerleader and I was not. You know, it was.
That
just
has nothing to do with anything.
Well, I know, but you're super popular. I guess I was too. I just didn't realize it.
Well, we were several years apart in age, so I wasn't even in high school when you were in high school. So.
Oh, I know, but I felt like I was popular by association.
I think we might be ready to
Oh,
start.
it was cyanide poisoning.
It
not
was
arsenic.
cyanide.
That's
It
right.
was.
Thank you, Melissa. I have not dove into that case. I just have just seen it on the outskirts. Are we ready to roll?
Yeah.
We submitted a sentencing
Can you make it
memorandum
full?
or other materials for the court. Court is familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state, before impact statements and arguments, wish to present evidence today?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Sure. All right.
Thank you.
But no testimony other than impact statements?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be introducing.
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I indicated through the trial court administrator that we need to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running and audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funke's statement, and she has asked that her friend Emily Allant read that statement.
All right, any objection to that? All right, very well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funke, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we are constantly scaredy cats. I make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache, so I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep.
Can you turn it?
I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away.
A little loud.
I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words.
Blurry.
And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse. And I was still here when their kid, their siblings and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I would cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party. We were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party.
Hey, can you pause? I think I'm gonna switch. I want to switch over. Can you pause?
But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch. When we laid on the couch together all day, watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile. And she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. She always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are, not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind, and they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you. And please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she
from the courthouse website. And they're kind of zooming in. That's why it's blurry.
Okay.
So it would be
We couldn't hear you. You were muted. I just
Oh,
unmuted
sorry.
you.
Oh, okay. So what's going on is Law and Crime is showing it from the courthouse website, and the courthouse website is showing 4 images all at once, and so they're zooming in. That's why it's blurry. I had suggested we go to the courthouse website, but it might we won't be able to see it as well,
Right.
even though it's blurry.
we
So
probably
we'll just
should
stay
leave it
where
like
we
this.
are.
Yeah. Okay.
heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure.
Oh my.
Dylan, just take your time, all right?
He does not. He just looks like a butthole. He seems bored.
I agree. Yeah, this is going to have no impact on him.
Mm-mm.
He almost looks amused. He looks amused.
He also kind of acts like, I can't believe I have to sit through this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're fascinated.
What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light that carried it into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogen family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogen's stepfather.
I'm sorry, who did they say this is?
Maddie's stepfather.
Okay. Oh dear.
Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogen's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. Experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family.
I saw him on the documentary.
Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodal, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and a was perfect, helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and the sentence. As for a sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless you.
Your Honor.
Yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying. He didn't like that last part, did he?
Yeah, I agree. I think Kaylee's family's really where you're going to hear the. But I thought they did a great job with that statement.
Yeah, they did.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogen family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Brian Caulfield, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous. The agony and grief he has caused, too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement. And I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Larmy. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogen, the father of Maddie Mogen. Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogen.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogen's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogen, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogen, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who have treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about a year and a half old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became deedle-deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were one day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together. And she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogens were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogen side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest, in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogens are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my two daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
I think that one seemed to make me a little uncomfortable.
Now it's Ben Mogen, Maddie Mogen's father.
I'm Benjamin Mogen. I'm Maddie's dad. And first, I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and know each other, and I took for granted the times she was in college, and I thought, oh well, we'll have the rest of our lives to just do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she deserved every bit of that. And but I thought that that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if you want to go together, we'll make it happen. And we my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and they on the last day before the show they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too, and my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too tragically, and anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I loved your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive a lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. I'm glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. And she never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And it shouldn't have happened. And a death sentence is one thing. You know when it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, and winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Goncalves family. First will be her father, Steve Gonzalez.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. Wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you.
Mm-hmm.
I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today, you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes, they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke.
Yeah.
But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country. And eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to Penn. It will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother. Stephen's actually going to pass. I'm going to go. Okay. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Goncalves, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogen as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief. I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see.
Ooh.
You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
It's incredible.
That was great.
That was incredible.
I already put that up.
Sorry.
I mean,
That was he
can
did
can
it
we
really
play that on a loop in his cell for the rest of his life? You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah,
Next
he
is
didn't care for
Christy
that one.
Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
They actually did it right because
The ego and all
Uh-huh.
that. Yeah. That's incredible.
that was awesome.
Yeah, that bothered him.
Yeah.
Good. He needs
Mhm.
to be bothered.
Thank you, Your
Mhm.
Honor.
Because it's
I
accurate.
never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting. You haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end.
Nice.
You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Wow.
Oh man.
That was good too.
Yeah.
Strong mom.
Do we have more from the Gonzalez family or you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents. This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Goncalves away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have 2 other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not. Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. If the are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess? All right.
Okay.
Mr. E had to step away. The dogs had to go potty.
Yeah, I heard some noise. I kept muting him, but when
So,
it seems a little noisy there.
what do you guys think so far? Who was your favorite person? I think I've got my answer. What about you, Anthony?
That sister was Olivia was awesome. She just told him the way it was, and everything she said, I felt like he needed to hear, because he, everything that we've said about him thinking he was smarter and that he was just above them as far as what he had done. She brought it down to his level and what would really be thought about him, and I thought that was really good.
Yeah, let's see what everybody
It
else
says
has
the
to-
brother is going to speak, and I thought he was as well, but they said they were moving to another family now, so I'm not really sure.
Well,
if he's going to speak.
Olivia, you definitely are not. Sorry, Pebbles, you definitely need to go back and watch. Olivia, that was pretty awesome.
Oh, she did an amazing job, and the mother after her did well, also.
Her father did well as.
Oh yeah, they all did. That whole family, they're fighters. You can tell they're fighters.
Good for them.
They stand up, and I know that the father has made lots of rounds on different newscasts, speaking out and getting it out there, and I admire them for standing up and being the strong people that they can be for all four families.
Right. Hi, Sharon Parker. We're just waiting for them to come back. They're taking a recess. Yeah, I think their statements are going to be the highlight of every news channel.
That was incredible. Yeah, it was
incredible. Everybody's comments. Everybody loved Olivia. Yeah.
And I think he also, you could see he had a very big level of uncomfortableness while she was speaking. I think the grandmother that spoke also kind of made him uncomfortable. He seemed to kind of wince a little when she was talking. It makes me wonder about his family and his mother and father. Are they sitting there today? I thought they were supposed to be there, but what do they think about this? I mean, geez. Can you imagine that being your son sitting there and having to listen to all this about him? And people like that are born that way a lot of times. And I feel like psychopaths, truly, you can see those tendencies. They should have had signs of his behavior.
Just an FYI, ease all your home background noises is like I'm home. You guys are the best. I love you more than my luggage. That is a quote from. Do you know, Aunt E? Do you know?
I don't think so.
No Magnolias.
Oh. Okay.
I love you more than my luggage.
It's been a long time since I've seen that movie, but yes, I've seen it.
That's awesome, Rosebud. Yeah. Big E is not used to us being live this early in the day, so he's not. He's in his happy time now. This afternoon he'll be in his not so happy time. So
I wish we could. And to me, the whole interesting thing about this case, once it's settled, he's in jail. I would like to know more about his background as a child and what kind of life he led. Did he have friends? What kind of interactions did he have with people? Did he exhibit signs throughout life to indicate he was this psychopath?
Right. I mean, we may never know.
Yeah, that's the things those are those unanswered questions that I would like to know.
I'll tell you, looking at all these pictures, they look like models. They look like the model for what college should be.
Yeah, they just look like happy kids.
I know. They
Pebble
deserve this.
Pebble says allegedly they were getting death threats and had to stop working, and this is why he's doing an interview for the money for his parents. I had not heard that.
Oh, BK's parents were getting threats?
Yes, said that they were getting death threats and had to stop working, and that's why he's going to be doing an interview to get money for them. But I would hope that they will not allow them to make any money from his interviews. I mean, you know, the thing, if I were them, I would probably sell everything I owned, legally change my names and move away and never go see him and never, I mean, I would turn him off in my life because it's such a negative thing and they'll never overcome it.
Am I wrong in saying though that his mother was a big Ted Bundy fan?
Well, that's what I have heard things about his parents and that they were just not the greatest of people. So I'm not really, that's why I'd like more background information.
Oh, that the parents weren't?
Yeah.
Look at this. Best statement yet. You may have straight A's in class, but you'll have big D's in jail.
Man,
that was awesome.
It was. The sister, Olivia, was just amazing.
Yes.
I mean, they were all actually very, very well. You know, everybody was great.
I felt the worst for the dad, Maddie's dad. I mean, he was struggling and I think he had a lot prepared and he just couldn't deliver it. He was just too broken up.
Yeah. They were all very powerful. I mean, I think, they all kind of had their different approaches. You know, some kind of go with I don't even want to say your name. I don't even want to acknowledge you're here.
Oh, wow.
And then some go with they want to, expose him for who he is.
Real Me Too, did you mean BK's sister is writing a book? I did not know that. Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I know people will buy and read those kind of things. That won't be interesting. That's not the kind of thing I'll read.
See, to me, that is interesting if she gives background of what he's like or she talks about him. I like delving into what made them the person that they are. It makes them commit a crime so heinous that they would do something like that. I like to hear where it starts from so that you can better understand, I guess, the insanity that he must live with in order to do something like that.
Yes, we see Rosebud. I haven't seen a lot of
Well,
these pictures.
you know how people like to get books and leak them on the internet? Have you ever seen that? Like they did that with the Twilight series when she was doing Breaking Dawn. Maybe somebody will do that for that book so it won't make any money.
Right. Just do a bunch of pirated copies of
right.
it, Yeah.
Just so that they don't get the money for it.
I don't know that he's writing a book. I don't know.
The sister is.
Supposedly the sister is writing a book.
That's what Real Me Too saying.
Oh, Lisa B always says allegedly she is in psychiatry.
Ugh.
So that is even crazier.
That's why I always say you really need to know your therapists before you let somebody in your brain. I'm just saying. You really need to know who's talking to you.
It's a lot.
I think if I'm a family member in that situation, I do like what you were saying, Auntie. You just fade away, you change your name, you move, you just try to start a new life as best you can.
Because I mean, if the parents truly had no indications, they're truly good people, and this horrible person did this, they don't owe anything to him. They owe nothing to him. Sell everything, move, legally change your name, and try to go on with your life. I mean, if they are good parents, they also are suffering from a significant loss.
I do agree with Sped Teacher here. In my opinion, BK parents should not be threatened or out of a job. He was an adult, what he did.
Mhm.
These things in his own doings, behavior should not reflect on his parents. He was not a child.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that people take it to that extent and start going after family members and stuff is just,
Lisa B. Always, I don't know because we didn't follow this case from the get-go. She said, didn't BK's sister suspect him from the beginning? I really don't don't know. Real Me Too says, yeah, she is, and she's the one writing the book. So she is in psychiatry, and she is the one writing the book. Wow. I didn't know any of that because like I said, we didn't really follow this case at the beginning when all the talk and conversation about families and things were going on. We just kind of caught it on the tail end. Real Me Too also said one sister was fired. So I'm sure, I mean, his whole family is having to suffer.
I mean,
for what he did.
realistically though, put yourself in his parents' shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Could you cut your child off even if they did something this heinous?
Maybe. Maybe.
You could?
Maybe.
Put yourself in that same position. I mean, try. I know it's hard, but try. Could you
would if you decided not to cut him off and you still wanted to be able to go visit him in prison. I mean, you would have a lot to deal with, but at the same time, you could still change your name and move move, somewhere else and just go in to visit him and
people
not
would find
necessarily-
out?
Yeah.
People would
Well,
find
maybe not.
Well, Lisa says she could. I
don't know.
I'm being honest.
I don't
with
know.
myself.
I don't
I'm not
know.
sure.
I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think what I would have to.
You would feel like it was your fault.
Oh,
because I mean, I
without
feel
a
like
doubt.
everything my kids do is my fault. So yes, I agree with that. But that doesn't mean
Would you not go visit in prison and write and talk to them and things like that? You probably would.
because you would
Want to find redemption with your child. if
correct.
possible. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, what as a parent you would want to do is to help them feel remorse, help them process it, help them ask for forgiveness, help them take the steps, the only positive steps that they could take once something like this has occurred. What can you do to make them come to terms with what they've done, to make amends to the families that he's wrong, that kind of stuff? You could continue to maybe help him. But you also might run up against the kind of person that's not going to take that advice and those steps.
Yeah, it's so hard to know what you would do.
I'll tell you,
can't really
even though putting myself in those shoes, even though the person did these things, I would worry every single day about my child being in prison.
Yeah.
I would worry every single day of what's happening. I mean, it's just what it is. I don't know. I'm trying to really put myself in that position.
Yeah.
And
Oh, I did not know that. Sped said BK's two sisters, they're very brilliant girls. One was an actress, one is a psychiatrist. She was in criminal justice, so their parents raised them very well. Mom was a substitute teacher. I didn't know that.
yeah, Angel Wings. I read that too. I don't remember where I read that or if I heard, I feel like I heard someone speaking about it.
Yeah, that does ring a bell. Somebody did talk about this we were listening to.
Right.
What did she think? He was innocent? Is that what it was?
I don't know. People get weird fascinations with these people. I'm sure he's got fans and people who want to marry him and all kinds of stuff.
They all do.
Oh, they all do.
They were, saying even Stephen Stearns has people that are supporting him, which is remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian Laundrie's parents. That's a good example. Yeah. So what?
I'm gonna see what I can find out on Chat GPT about his
Is
parents.
it just the way he's wired? Is it, it's hard to know. He can't, he doesn't even know, probably.
Right.
He can't, he'll eventually do interviews and stuff like that, but we won't really learn anything.
These are such beautiful children too.
Oh, they're like all American kids.
I mean, just beautiful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Had their whole life ahead of them.
I think listening to those statements, I would like to think in a way that I would do the, I know that I'd be the Olivia type where I would be able to
punch.
Yeah. But I understand why someone wanted to take kind of a high road and
okay.
someone to make him hurt.
Sorry,
You want to step away?
I'm gonna.
I know. It's hard.
Dad was a maintenance worker from 2006 to 2019, and the mom was a paraprofessional supporting special needs students till about 2020. Known in their community as kind, warm-hearted, and respectful people, neighbors and acquaintances have spoken very positively about them. They have had financial difficulties and have filed for bankruptcy twice.
This is BK's parents?
Yes.
This is who you're reading?
I just didn't know anything about their background.
I think one of the things listening to this, it's just it's the ripple effect on how many people it hurts. Just, hundreds of people just destroyed,
It has. Another thing that they said about him was he had fetishized behaviors. Like he was extremely veganism, and he had an obsession with food purity, described by an aunt as very, very weird. It raised red flags at home, possibly tied to obsessive compulsive traits or other mental health issues.
Sure.
So that's interesting. And it says that the parents have had minimal public visibility and no in-person jail visits.
Oh, they haven't tried to visit him?
That's what it says. Minimal public visibility since it happened and no in-person jail visits.
I get that. See, I think I still would change my name, move, all that, but I probably would still stay in touch with them. As terrible as it is to try to understand and try to,
It said he had substance misuse. And I wasn't aware that he had until one of the victim advocates said that.
No, puppy. Sorry, hold on.
It seems like he may have had some academic struggles. It says that they supported him through substance misuse, academic struggle, and mental health concerns. So they have had concerns about him. Since his arrest, they've issued a one-time statement expressing empathy and support, but otherwise have stayed completely in the background.
How old was he when this happened? 30?
Are you muted? Hang on, I can tell you.
Was he 30 years old when this happened?
I don't know. Hang on, I'm going back.
We're back at the court, actually.
He was born in 94.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle. And first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister. Thank you to everyone who's been involved in this and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I just want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time. I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is you don't deserve power over my feelings. My words.
Mr. E, can you turn up the volume a little? Because she's not very loud.
In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022,
Piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to Him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
That's good too.
That was good.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane and about halfway through the flight, this little girl calling out for her dad. Hey, dad. And then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me. And the impact was when she was gone, I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, That's the things that I miss the most is those calls on the weekends. The calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? You know, whoever she's with, a couple of her friends. I can meet them, talk to them, and she always did that, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that, and she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family, but the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here, and it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, you know, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, you know, countless people told me that they might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. You know, could have been their friend, could hung out, and it's like, this is a blessing. You know, this is the whole kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine, and basically, you know, we worked hard to do the things we did, that, you know, through the times they were growing up, and through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me. Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out, and this all just came back to me when I was there, and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for, and then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together, and we, you know, I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted, is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her, and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, you know, I've been countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far, because a lot of kids, you know, in the colleges, just for an example, they locked their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. You know, at Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what these kids, what happened to these kids did, you know. All I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there in that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that. And I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Xana said, "Don't be drinking and driving. You have to rent a car. Don't be drinking and driving." You know, the week before that, so she was she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, you know, because they would have had a chance, all 4 of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're gonna go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Xana, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and She just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, you know. And that's what we're going to do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Kernodle would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Kernodle. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Xana was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Brian, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
My name's Stratton Kernodle, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Brian and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened. And I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know, just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you, just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man.
Good for him.
You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
I think he liked that one, actually. You could see it on his face.
Mhm.
He was amused by it.
Yeah.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
Oh, I'm definitely feeling emotional.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really. But it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you,
He is nodding.
the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction of this, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point, Cece.
It didn't last long.
Okay.
Good point, Lisa.
Right. Stake and argue.
Yeah, I don't think he liked the scripture either.
No, probably not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Evil's repelled by it.
Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As The record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all of the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of the trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on.
The what?
The Elmo, it's a projector.
Oh, sorry.
We had those in school, so I knew what it was.
That on count 1, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count 2.
I wonder why that camera. Oh, there we go. That's the Elmo.
That the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count 3.
Sorry.
That the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Goncalves. On count 4, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count 5, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community in the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward
Can you pause
We
it?
can't undo, and we can never undo the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours.
Can you guys see the face of his attorney? She is got the biggest grin on her face.
Or the brunette?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's insane. I'm sorry. I zoomed in because I couldn't believe it. I thought I was misseeing something. She's got like the Joker smile going on. It's
Right.
crazy. Sorry, I just irritated me. I had to share.
Sure.
November 13th, 2022, at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? All right. Does defense wish to make argument today? All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, please. All right, let me start this morning by
I love this, Lisa. Thank you for sharing that.
acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It's been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about 2 kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these 4 young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry this same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why, but upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing, untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight, it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogen. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Goncalves, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumb print impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned.
Wow.
Well, so so the I guess we got the maximum sentence that he could get. He got the consecutive life sentences, which I think we all
for the time being.
Yeah, which I think we were all kind of hoping that would be the case. So no curveballs.
No.
There. So yeah. So so we get the maximum sentence on all 5 counts, 4 life sentences consecutively, the 10 years for the burglary, $50,000 fines for each victim, and a $5,000 civil judgment for each victim.
Does that mean then they cannot go in and sue him civilly?
I don't know. I think they still can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if they could or would even try, since the judge already issued that declaration.
I would say some will. My guess is that some will want to be done with it and move on, and some won't.
I think like Ethan's family, they didn't even want to be there today.
Yeah, I liked that too, Mohawk Mom. So if he attempts to appeal, the plea deal will be null and void, from what I gather.
Right.
That would be amazing,
right?
In my opinion.
He's basically saying, you can appeal, but you better consult your counsel because you have, you already said that there were no appeals as part of the plea deal.
I think they were. I don't think any of us were surprised he didn't speak. I think most of us thought he would not. That was kind of the overall opinion, but that would have been his chance to, if he was going to try to make an apology or explain himself or, whatever, or have an infamous moment, whatever. He passed on all that.
It's a good question.
Well, I think the way that it works is they'll take money, like any money that he gets from like this commissary or anything that, like, let's say they put in $100, they'll take 50 of that, or right? It's something like
And
that.
I guess he's got property of different types.
Right.
I don't think
Right.
it sounds like the family was pretty struggled with money, and I don't know that he had a job.
Well, what was he? I mean,
He
was going to
working on his
school
graduate.
But did he have a job?
how did he survive?
I doubt he has a whole lot, though. I mean, I just
Probably
doubt
not.
he has a whole lot. He was probably living month to month, and he probably doesn't have a whole lot of money.
Probably not.
They could also take, money from any deals, couldn't they? That he makes. And they'll have him do page turner.
Yeah.
He'll have a job in prison too.
But
Yeah.
they don't get paid for their jobs in prison.
I think they do. I think they can. I think depends on the state, right?
Mhm.
I think they can.
Is he going to be housed in Idaho, or do we know where his?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is going to be housed there.
He's going to be in the same place as
Oh, that's right, Chad Daybell.
Yes, I couldn't think of his name.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Lisa B always says, in my opinion, Ethan's family is more concerned about the mental well-being of the
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
remaining triplets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is hard when you've got two sons, and they were identical, I believe.
Mm-mm.
They weren't. They all looked very much alike.
They were in vitro babies.
Oh, then they couldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, but they were cute as could be.
Yeah.
I know he'll stay famous. I mean, I know everybody says, let's let him just be forgotten or whatever, but he'll be a name that people bring up occasionally, like a lot of other infamous killers.
Well, and there will be more.
Yes, he was a teacher's assistant. That's right.
There will be more. If his sister writes a book, it'll crop up again and again in the media, from time to time.
Right. Aw.
Well, thank you, Angel of Life.
Angel of Life, thank you so much. If you, Angel of Life gifted us 10 memberships. We
Wow.
appreciate you. If you received a membership from Angel of Life, please tell her thank you. That was very kind. We appreciate it. Sorry.
It's just so empty, like if his intent, if his goal was part infamy and, and that kind of thing, I mean, what is that? 5 and 10 years, you're sitting in your cell and you're like, well, at least I'm a chapter in Bricato's next book or whatever,
Right.
What is that? Is that really that?
I think, like I said, I think he was searching for infamy.
You think?
I really do.
I
think he would have kept going had he not gotten caught.
Oh,
Well, it makes one wonder, was he responsible for anyone else prior to this happening? Or was this his first real crime?
Yeah, I've seen people talking in the chat today about possible second person involved.
Oh, I saw that too.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That would be because I guess he asked at some point, was anyone else arrested or something? So maybe someone knew what happened or was there. That's the theory, I suppose. You can't put the. I know everybody would just like him to be completely forgotten, but that's just not realistic.
It's not going to happen.
It's just not realistic. That's just not how it is. He's not going to be the topic of conversation every day, but it'll be one.
I think he seems like the kind of guy, though, that he wouldn't care to throw anybody under the bus if someone did help him. I mean, so I don't think that there was anyone else involved.
Hey, I want to say hi to TK Phillips. Thank you. It's our I think it might be our first Rumble.
Yay!
Oh, yeah, okay.
Welcome
thank
in.
you, TK Phillips.
We do do dual streams on Rumble. So thank you. I just thought that just to say hello.
How does that work? Can I see it over here on the
It
StreamYard?
shows on StreamYard as a different little logo beside the name.
Okay. Yeah. Well, welcome in Rumble people.
Yes.
Yes, we'd love to build our Rumble base. So if any of you have Rumble accounts, please follow us on there as well.
So I guess they are going to come back at some point, right?
There's supposed to be a not press release. What am I trying to say? A statement?
Yeah, there's supposed to be a statement after.
Yes.
So they're keeping an eye over there, and there's nothing yet.
Who would be making the statement? Because they told the families that they would be escorted out, and that and then they said the proceedings were closed. So who's making the statement?
The
Defense?
Moscow Police Department, the chief and the corporal there.
Oh, so just a public statement about the court proceedings.
Yeah, that prosecutor Bill Thompson and Idaho State Police, and they're going to take some questions.
Oh wow, that might be interesting.
Yeah, I kind of wonder. I mean, maybe I'm kind of wondering why.
Unless they have got another person they're naming. Is that possible? Because there's a lot of people who believe he didn't do this alone. There's no way. A lot of people believe.
Maybe this is a first step.
Who knows?
Is there a theory about who the second person is, or just the belief that there is because of his statement?
I believe. I mean, let's put a 1 in chat if you guys think that he acted, or there was someone that helped him, and put a 2 in chat if you believe he acted alone. I'd like to know. Just kind of curious what you guys think.
I
quite frankly hope
2 is alone.
2 is alone. 1 is not alone.
Most people are saying they think he acted alone.
Okay, well, I look around and there are a lot of people I think. Well, maybe I'm just crazy. So
I think I think he did that alone.
I've heard a
Me
lot
too.
of people say they didn't think he did.
I think he acted alone, and I agree. Okay, who was talking about this? It might have been Bricado and
McDonough. Mm-hmm.
But that the reason the other 2 probably lived would be more exhaustion from than anything
because he
else.
wore out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he acted alone. I just think it's just too. That's such a. How do you even meet someone to agree to do this insane act, together?
Mm-hmm.
And if there were someone else, you would try to make a deal to implicate that person to get a lighter sentence, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. I feel like if he had that in his back pocket, he would have used it.
What'd you think of his demeanor? I know Uber Fubar and Wow and several others were kind of all over his mannerisms and stuff. It did seem like the things that made him the most uncomfortable were when shots at his ego and his incompetence were brought up.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. I almost want to rewind and watch that part again.
I think we should.
What?
We'll rewatch that again at some point. The sister,
Olivia. Yeah, she did a great job.
He got really fidgety and uncomfortable with that. The religious stuff bothered him. And some people, Wow, and a few others were talking about how he seemed to have a different demeanor whenever Xana and Ethan came up. A different reaction to them or something.
Yeah.
He was kind of like nodding along. There were times I almost felt like he was like, okay, well, what's next? Okay, let's just get this,
Right.
I don't know. I even tried to imagine what it'd be like to be him sitting there listening to all of that, knowing what you did. And I don't know, how do you do that? It's just hard to put yourself in his.
Oh, that's a good point.
For Criming Out Loud says, in my opinion, if he had help in carrying this crime out, I don't think he would say a word because he's the type of person who would want to take the full credit for the crime.
Absolutely.
Well, you might be right.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
a
have a
good
real
point.
good.
Wow. I felt like he was remembering something, like reliving it.
Yeah,
Possibly.
he was doing a lot of nodding.
Page Turner says he looked like he wanted to lay down and nap because he was so unbothered.
At times he did.
At times he
Yeah.
acted almost just like, oh God, come on, let's get over.
And I agree with Teresa. I thought he was getting, like, some of the people, I felt like he was really enjoying it.
Yeah.
He did not enjoy why can I
Like Xana's mom.
Yes.
Those types.
Yes.
Where it was kind of like forgiveness.
The aunt, that was I thought his he wasn't expecting that. I thought he looked really odd when she said, you can call me and talk to me. I thought his response there was a little off and different than the other people.
They were also different. All the impact statements. There's not like a right way. I understand why everybody chose the ways they did. I don't even know what I would do.
Did he see Dylan and make eye contact with her? Or did she see him leaving and he didn't know that she saw him? Because I know that she was the one that was able to identify him. One of of the two that
I'm
survived.
trying to remember.
I don't know.
Because we're playing catch up on this because we weren't
Right. It
even
was
in
not
true crime.
something. Right. So we
were
don't
getting
really-
ready to start deep diving it because we really wanted to understand it fully.
because we wanted to cover the case. Yeah. The trial.
I mean, I think if you're one of those parents, you're wanting him to feel some regret and remorse or whatever. But the reality is he's just not.
It's not that
It's not there.
It's not
You
there.
can't make somebody feel something they can't.
You're not going to get
It-
that out of him.
Mm-mm.
No, you just
Like I
put
said, I
that.
would like-
You just.
I'd like to psychoanalyze his brain because he's just one of those really weird, like Jeffrey Dahmer types that you're just like, what in the world?
That's exactly it, Megan.
He was hollow. Hollow.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, even if you try to analyze him and talk now, you're not really going to get the right answers from him.
I think he thinks he's a celebrity now.
he's
I really
gonna-
think that.
He's just going to tell you things he wants you to believe. It's all going to be lies and manipulation from here on out with him. Anything he says, just trying to either get sympathy or
I thought
empathy.
that was one of the things that really that perked my ears up when she said, about him picking his eyebrows out.
Yeah.
I see.
Hi, Shauna.
If you're going to go at him, those are the ways to get under,
his skin.
Just point out how
Telling him
odd
to
and
sit
weird
up.
he is and all that.
Sit up.
She
said, sit up.
All of his all of his faults and
Mhm.
weaknesses. I mean, she really went for it.
Oh, I think
went
though,
for him personally.
as far
And
as
I bet he doesn't forget a lot of that.
as far as his eyebrows, though, I think he probably had them shaped and waxed because he was originally not going to plead guilty. And he was trying to make them look less bushy for the jury. I'm not joking.
You're
I really
probably
think
right.
that's what happened.
You might be
Well,
right.
and Mohawk Mom says he was identified by his bushy eyebrows. That was one
Right.
of the things the girl that saw him, but that I couldn't remember if she actually made eye contact. If he was wanting to make sure there was no trail, why would he have left someone there that saw him? So he couldn't have known that she saw him.
Well, if he was
I feel like she
physically,
did.
if you think of what it would take physically to kill 4 people that way, it would be physically exhausting.
True.
Mhm. Hi, Castle.
So he might have been like, I don't even think I can do this, because Ethan was asleep. That's the last one, right?
Mhm.
And
With his back.
yeah, and so, but if she's awake, that's a whole other thing. And if you're doing what he did 4 times, he may just have known that he had to get out of there. They couldn't do it. I don't know. That's kind of, I think that's, yeah. And while said Xana put up a fight, she was awake.
Right.
And so it was likely exhausting. And then, so he may have known he couldn't do another awake person like that. It's terrible. But I kind of think that's my guess. That's my guess is how that.
Her brother's outside Sunset.
Whose brother?
Xana's.
So
Let me see if I can find it.
yeah. Yeah, there were a few people that were going to speak and didn't. I think the brother was one of them.
He was
So
one
that-
of the ones that was
that-
going to speak. I don't know what changed his mind.
Yeah, I mean, I could imagine getting up there and going, I can't do this. Totally understandable.
I don't see it anywhere, but that doesn't mean it's not happening.
And they meant, they did. There were things we learned. Who was it? Was it Olivia that mentioned a second weapon? So there's another weapon.
Well, bludgeon.
What? Well, they never
Right.
found they never found the actual knife.
Yeah, but she said something about
He
there being a
left it.
second weapon.
Yes, he's speaking. He's addressing the plea deal
what
and
was the
calling
second
out
weapon?
the DA.
He left the knife.
No, sheath.
The sheath. Oh, sorry. The sheath.
He left
That's what I
the
mean.
sheath. He did
Sorry,
not-
sorry.
Yeah, the case. That's why he went and bought another one to make it look like
Right.
it was intact and it couldn't be his.
Sorry. Right. Oh, where is it? Aunt E, you found it?
Real Me Too says KTVB.com is live covering. KTVB.
Okay.
Did they say how long this recess is going to be?
He concluded. He said he concluded. So the statements will be outside of the courtroom.
Okay, so they're not coming back to the courtroom.
No.
But I don't see.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. Real Me Too says once Xana saw him, it changed everything and he needed to get out.
Oh, yeah.
Did you find
They're saying
it?
I did.
Kaylee's dad is speaking now somewhere.
I just don't know that if, because of it being a news channel, if we can do that.
Right.
If you can watch it live online, you should be able to.
Not necessarily.
Mm-mm.
Let me see if I can find if they have a YouTube channel.
I want a lunch, Dad.
Yeah, she said something.
Just a minute, buddy. I'll get you started.
We could send them out.
I already sent one.
Oh, is he bringing him anything back?
Nuh-uh.
Ah.
Because it's a place he
Doesn't like.
absolutely
Yeah.
I bet I know where it is.
No, don't
No, don't
say
say
don't,
it.
don't
Don't
say it.
say
I'm
don't
not
say
going
it.
to say it. It's 24/7 stream.
I know. I'm looking.
There was something else they said we didn't know, like this about the second weapon.
Okay. I can put it up if you want, guys.
Real Me Too is saying that the dad said she was stabbed over 30
Oh my gosh.
times.
I'm putting it up. Hold on. I'm putting it up. I don't care. It's not like we make like $3 in monetization anyway. So if we lose monetization, we just lose it.
Oh, that is 30 times.
Let me put it up. Hold on.
I think it's also.
Do you guys want me to go back?
Yeah, let's
Go back to the start of it, of him?
Sure.
Okay, hold on.
We have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put the work together, put this case together, and once it's part of the court system, it was a little ugly, but we got that conviction, and we're glad to be moving on. Glad we can move on.
Steve, the family or the judge talked about how we may never know why, and it may not be worth it to try to answer the why with something so senseless. You can't make sense of it. How do you feel about that?
There's some truth to that, but then, there's also the fact that, what would he tell as a lie as to opposed to the truth, so.
The knife, if he gave the knife up, or if he gave a part of his kill kid, if he gave out facts that only the killer would know,
It would corroborate
it would
things.
corroborate things. And he even addressed there's been way too many conspiracies, and the surviving witnesses had to go through hell. Well, no better way to protect them than by getting some of those details. If you got those details, then, you know, as simple as just saying I did it solo would have been, you know, valuable, I think. And you know, we stand by the negotiation wasn't justice. It was just a shortcut. And we said from the very beginning we're not interested in a shortcut for our daughter. You know, and we wanted everything.
Steve, you turned the podium at one point. Talk to us about why you wanted to stare at him face down.
Because he's a coward. He's been protected by the court from day one, the minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him, and you know, his days of being protected are coming to an end. You know, from what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 11, 12-minute ride, and then he'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium though, or did you do that in the moment?
You know, I remember reading it saying "do not move," so I was like, well, I'm moving this. I just kind of made that decision right then and there. So, you know, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, he's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was. And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
Stephen Jr., you chose not to speak. Speak now, is that
I've written up a statement. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is where you do.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
So the brother didn't do it in
Yeah, it
court, but I
wasn't,
guess
definitely wasn't. Yeah, my name's Steve Gonzalez. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, you knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. The same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice systems should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that
Yes,
this
it's
case
okay.
was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crimes are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice. But this isn't just about a prosecutor's record.
They're gonna
It's about
sue.
Kaylee. It's about my
Yep.
sister.
They're gonna
She's not
sue.
just one of the Idaho 4. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother.
Steve,
Thank you.
Now that the gag order is lifted, is there anything that you've learned over the last 2.5 years from the investigators or the prosecutors that you can share with us now that you can speak about?
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us everything. So I don't know what was holding them back before, but we spent about
Interesting.
3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives, and we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work.
Wow.
Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for the things to be unsealed. But yeah, it was horrific what Kaylee went through. And I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all the details. I'll be general. But yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you see as you spoke to him?
I looked him straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
look at me
yeah,
in my eye.
yeah.
You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that it needed? Or was this...
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado, and the real feelings.
As the spotlight then fades, what do you want the public to remember?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that, you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system, treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go,
That's so true.
I want to ask Olivia today, spectacular. But Olivia asked the question, well, does he know that the weapon he used on my sister? So despite this meeting you had with the prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something you don't know there. Can you explain that to us?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee.
Oh.
So we don't know what that weapon was, but
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered, but Kaylee was
So
not.
there was another weapon.
There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Talk about that a little bit. The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers. And they may share some of that information at a later date, but today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So there may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today is not the day. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, so that was something new. So that was a weapon, and I think the way she said it is other things.
I don't even want to know.
Yeah.
Other than stabbing, I guess.
That is the Gonzalez family coming out of the Ada County Courthouse and giving their thoughts on today's proceedings.
You can probably forward
consecutive life sentences.
There was
handed down to
another
Brian
family
Kohberger, the man who
speaking just a
admitted to
minute
killing
ago.
Their daughter Kaylee.
Okay, let me see.
I saw one of the families up there.
I'm looking back at long crime. So people are sitting around the room like they're waiting to see, for the statement that eventually is going to
I
happen.
don't have that.
Well, I can pull it up when it happens.
No, but I'm saying I don't see anybody else speaking unless I missed.
It may have been that attorney or person that was speaking, the other guy. That may have been what I saw. I just saw another person take the podium.
Oh.
No, there it was. No, that's him.
Yeah.
No,
hold on.
there it is. There it is.
That's the stepdad.
Okay, hold on.
For Maddie.
But, learning about how she was stabbed more than 30 times, certainly incredibly painful for her family to hear. So let's go back now. We do have other family members coming to the podium. We want to make sure you hear those statements. So go that way.
The loving mother and stepfather, Madison Mogen. I ask that you please give your quiet attention to Scott. He would like to make a statement to you and to all those out there in support of them and the other families. Thank you.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. Trial would have involved risks. Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty. Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you.
I think that might have been all that was said.
Was Scott Laramie, the stepfather of Maddie Mogen, one more of the victims of Brian Kohberger, saying a different opinion on this plea deal and this fate decided today officially for Brian Kohberger. He says Kohberger's fate is sealed, society is protected, and we can move on, certainly as best they can at this point.
And he touched on the risks of taking this case to trial. He talked about there's a possibility of an acquittal. There was and then even with a conviction, and if the sentence would then be the death penalty, there.
Okay,
There was another point somebody had made earlier that I brought up, and it was in the middle of I didn't want to stop.
Do you want me to pull?
Oh,
that down?
the snow, the visual snow. That's another thing that Sister Olivia mentioned. Was like, so you were stargazing with your visual snow,
Mhm.
like kind of hard to believe, right? That if you actually have visual snow, that you would be stargazing. So likely one of those two things, maybe both are actually a lie.
Right.
Either he doesn't have the snow gazing at all, or he has the snow gaze or snow. What do you call it? Is it snow? Visual snow.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
He's getting upset.
Yeah.
Well, we've been on for a while, so we might want to wind it up. Mr. E, we can't hear you. You're muted. I gotcha. You're still muted. Hit your unmute. There you go.
Okay, how's that?
Yeah, can hear you now. Big
Yeah.
thank you to the Real Me Too. She said, thank you so much for covering so we could watch together. Rest in peace, Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. So thank you, Real Me Too. We enjoyed
Yes,
being
thank you
here
so
with
much
you
for that.
today.
Yeah, I like doing this together. I mean, man, could you imagine if we had done this whole trial?
I know. Been terrible.
Whew, it would have been awful.
Brutal. This was brutal today.
I do think that he is at a place where we need to stop.
We just should stop.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he's in a bad place and he's going to continue to yell unless you would like
The
to just stay
press
here.
conference is on now.
Okay, well, I can go handle him and you guys can.
We'll just do that and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay.
But you'll have to remove your part so I can share it.
Okay. Hold on.
Or I guess I can share now, can I?
Ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together and you have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case. And I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you are all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler that the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. And we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and you'll hear Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense it would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hippler talked today about I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought, to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So, I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going, even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplify the very best of our profession and helped to bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Brian Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal, the goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise. They had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Layton County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet but vital. They helped protect the grand jury's work. They pushed back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division. And I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, No words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you. Idaho stands with you, and your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson.
So we might actually learn something here.
Things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families, and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Dollinger,
Yes.
Amanda Rowley with Crime 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggested that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
Kaylee Goncalves, KHQ. There was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Brian Kohberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. And we looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it. It was not. It was not. Thank you.
Interesting.
Oh, that's new info. Mm-hmm. So no Papa Rogers. Then how did he know some of the stuff that he knew?
All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife. And that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
Oh, that's different than what the family just said.
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed. So that's where that comment comes from.
It does. And no, it doesn't make sense. And it's if you're in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So.
DA Thompson, previously hearing, and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victim's name. Just wondering about the emotional toll.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There was a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Brian Kohberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black car. I don't know if you've heard this or you've seen the image. Hearing this,
First I've heard of it. There is something I need to say though real quick. This is the product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurwitz, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, incidentally do with law and crime. You said that it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality, people die in prison, but Corporal King just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Is there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her clients sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we've found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
First of all, I want to say to Corporal that the Chase family called them every night during that 97 I just think that goes to show. That being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think the weapons close, over that kind of bar. How do you think you avoided?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth. It's just kind of how we roll. There is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, we The FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found them. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah,
that.
and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could. But
What?
the reality
Pause
is
it.
we're looking for a singular small.
I guess I missed what he
not
said.
Small, but K-bar knife. And that's it. So
They're just talking about, using soil samples on shovels and things to try to figure out where the weapon might have been hidden.
Oh, wow.
Just the lengths they went to try to locate it.
it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So
Couldn't they have asked for that? It's part of the plea.
right.
They could have.
So the reality is,
I agree, Romy,
is
too.
that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it. And this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. And that's what we were left with. Here.
Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Brian Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And stabbings, multiple stabbings, are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done with Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of the defense, is also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition of Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed, is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are possessions of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one. Not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection?
I thought he had pictures.
And so,
and correct me if I'm wrong. I thought he had pictures of their social media on his phone. Am I crazy?
They're saying they're saying no link.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm misremembering, and you guys can correct me in chat if I'm wrong, but I thought that he had pictures of them, or at least of Maddie.
I don't know.
Romy said he did. There was something about.
So
I think
he had to have done something.
I think it was just of Maddie, though. I don't think he had a connection to the others.
I think they were collateral.
So why aren't they just saying that?
I know.
Well, he said no.
All right.
Tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the House from their side. So we have never, to this date, found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving roommates.
He said connection.
Well, maybe he didn't follow them.
For the investigators.
I think
You
that's
know.
what they're saying.
You got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
Right. I agree.
We don't.
No motive.
This question for Anthony Gallagher, actually. I remember when Anthony was a beat cop, assigned to talk to us at the very beginning, and all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case changed how you're going to see it?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca Stone, Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in this court case of this in Idaho was matched by
Oh, sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
the Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate.
What was that?
I was looking this up.
Do you anticipate most of the court documents being sealed, or are there?
Oh, okay. Mohawk Mom says he went through a friend of theirs.
As
Get the
far as
photos.
court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document.
Right, Joe?
Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released. Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances. the
I'm with you,
privacy of
Gandy,
people
Linda.
Who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, the spokesman review.
And I love the name Gandy Linda. That's cute.
The reason or the motive concern you in prepping for trial. Juries tend to want to know the motive.
I think we're all feeling the same way, Detroit.
I just want to, I'm stuck on this picture thing real quick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So I went to just kind of look up and see where this reporting came from. So it's people.com and the Seattle Times all spoke with a source that claimed that there were images of at least one picture of Maddie on Kohberger's phone.
Right.
How he got them is unclear, whether he downloaded them or was from social media. And then News Nation also reported that Kohberger had searched for and saved dozens of pictures of female students from Washington State and the University of Idaho, many in bathing suits. And that it was discovered that many of the women were close friends of Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana.
Uh-huh.
So unless all this reporting is,
Well, I think
or he's
they
playing
know-
semantics.
I think he's playing semantics. I think he meant that there was no direct, like there's no friend of a friend, no link. Link is different than the semantics of how did he find them? He could have went on their page, but they're saying there was no link. They weren't friends. He wasn't friends of friends, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mohawk Moms is trying to justify why they took the plea deal that Ann asked for.
So what the distinction you're saying that they're trying to make here is that did he know them?
Well,
was he connected?
Real Me Too said
you
he
know?
was following them.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to believe all this reporting was bad.
Well, and it doesn't make
From,
sense
like,
that you would
people-
say, I mean, why would they say that though, if they found absolutely no link? I mean, they're either outright lying.
Yeah, you might
I'm
be
going to
right,
guess he's
Lisa.
playing word games.
Yeah, that's what Roll Me Two's saying.
Yeah. I bet
Yeah,
he's
but
playing.
he was
But
very
why?
specific.
Why?
Why
Maybe
now?
Maybe he wasn't specifically following one of them on social media.
That's what
You
I'm
know,
saying.
like
He wasn't following them or friends of theirs.
even if he had downloaded a picture or received a picture or something.
Roll Me Two says he was following him, and she's been in this
I'm
since the
sure
beginning.
you're probably right.
And Kaylee's sister has proof he was following. So
well,
so what's that all about?
I have a feeling if that's true, they will come out and make those statements.
Oh, I hope
publicly.
so. I hope they do.
I hope they
That's
do too.
ridiculous.
I have a feeling they will have that family will be doing interviews.
I get they want to make sure this thing's over before they release everything.
Oh, I think
But
that
just say you can't talk about it.
I think there's going to be some, county suing and stuff going on. I think that they might be protecting themselves from that.
Well, and see, you got two different stories from the prosecutor. He said that the families were consulted about the plea deal. They said they got an email after the fact, and the deal was made.
And they came out, saying this.
Right.
Some of the family members did. So why would they lie? They would have no reason to lie.
Well, I mean, he said it in his closing statements there in the courtroom today.
Right.
And I think that's why the brother didn't end up speaking, though, was because it wasn't directed toward Brian Kohberger. It was directed toward the prosecution and them taking the plea deal without the, expressed consent of the family members.
Real quick, Deanna mentioned the Florida Sunshine Law. What is that? Do we know?
Isn't that because doesn't Florida have the most transparent FOIA requests?
Oh, maybe.
I think that's what I might be wrong.
This is really messed up. Playing semantics. That's okay.
Because that's why we.
This is
ensures public access to government proceedings that mandates that meetings of public boards and commissions be open to public with reasonable notice provided and minutes taken.
Right. Detroit.
No secret discussions by public officials on public matters. It all has to be recorded.
Yeah. I'm all for the transparency.
Yeah.
Well, so Detroit Rock City says, so can the families file wrongful death suits or any other charges? I think that's possible, right?
Civil?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
And
are we going? Someone says, will we go over the reports that
I guess we can if you all want to.
Once those are released, we can start. The police said that I think he said by the end of the day today, the site would be available. Is that correct?
I won't be available tonight to do it.
Oh no, I don't mean. I don't think they mean today.
They can't do it today.
Oh yeah.
There's no way.
All right. Sorry to stop. I just kind of got caught up on that picture thing because I don't like.
I don't either.
Uneasy when they just kind of say stuff that's.
Well, it makes me not trust them.
I know.
And I want to be able to trust.
Because he could just as easily have said, I can't go into that about the social media right now.
Yeah, because he did that with another question. He said he couldn't release it.
But don't mislead the public like that. They already don't trust. They already don't trust you. You know? They already don't. So what? Don't make it any worse.
The history of the DA and his plea deals over 33 years, according to the brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was probably wise for him to not do that in the courtroom.
Yes, it wasn't. It was not the appropriate venue.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, right.
It was better the way he did it out on the court.
Because it's
still
totally
going to be seen.
Yeah.
Right. It totally diverts from what you're supposed to be doing is addressing Brian Kohberger about what he has done to your family and giving him that statement. It really wasn't meant for public.
Well, no, it wasn't meant for that particular venue. It's meant for the public.
Right. It's meant for the public, but not in that. It wasn't the appropriate place to do that.
You don't want to undermine the prosecution in that moment.
Right.
So that whoever pulled him to the side or whether he just realized that wasn't it was the right call to not do it there.
Right.
Well, let's go on with this. I'm not sure how much longer we have here.
You're the reporters at all.
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is It's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes.
Motive, I
And I
guess.
think that's
Right.
what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder.
Yeah.
And so we set that aside as something that
What?
we're going to dwell on.
Well,
whether there was clear proof.
I'm sorry to make you stop.
I mean, I
again.
guess ultimately for what he's saying, the motive doesn't matter for the penalty
Right.
to get convicted. Does it really matter as far as like he took
No,
the
it's
lives,
just-
whether it was a fantasy, a personal, whatever it is.
Mhm.
It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. It's
The-
just some information and is the motive going to make them feel better? No.
No, I mean, like if it's not like a hate crime, you have to know the motive, right, to convict someone of a hate crime or something. But that's not. And and we'll never know. Only he knows, and he could lie about why. he did it.
Right.
Right.
Even now. Right.
You can't trust what he said. And I think a couple of people even said that today. You can't trust if he did tell you.
It looks like it's just about living out a fantasy because he was into the whole imagery of women unconscious and things like that. So it looks like that was part of his.
Real Me Too says what happened was DA mentioned the thought of a possibility of plea deal, and two families objected. After that, they were not informed other than emails. So, who are they? Who they also are?
I see. So they did consult with two.
No, I think they consulted with all of them, but two families did not
Objected.
agree.
Yeah.
They objected. And so they went ahead with the plea deal. And then after the fact, got the email.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
Proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required, and practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. But thank you for the question.
I agree. Wow.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
Yeah. So
That's a good question.
Brett, myself, and members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there. And I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation and the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of the Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania.
Can you talk about what he said?
So we went into this interview. We used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit to help us.
So the guys asked the question the first time. He just doesn't answer the question. It starts just completely talks about a whole, the cooperation with everybody else, the coordination, just completely doesn't answer the question. So they follow up and ask the question again. Then this guy on the right, he goes with the so, and deception detective. One of his is lies often begin with so.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know why they're not wanting to answer this question. What he said when he was arrested. Why would you not answer that question? Is that really that crazy?
It's not relevant now. I mean, it's as far as keeping it a secret. So why wouldn't you, say what his demeanor was, how he behaved?
I don't know. I mean, why not? I mean, you would think that they're going to have body cam footage and all that eventually released, you would think, but maybe not. I don't know why they're being so dodgy about it.
Ton in framing our interview strategy rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with. The idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level. And then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview.
As soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho. So that's when we really started to shut down and then he just shut it down. So
What was his demeanor?
Calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see him in court.
Next question. Yeah, Mike Baker from the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Kohberger's family, what he's done this.
Oh, good question.
Input from them along the way.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So, and
no.
Just wondering if you ever had any idea of what made Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal in the end.
No.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up question? I know there were reports.
That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to the investigators? I know there's some reports that there was.
I can't believe that. Wow.
No, and the belief was in the one of the roommates and her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
You had an expert who was going to testify about cleaning something off of his work computer. This software expert. Was there any evidence that he had tried to wipe anything from his phone, software-wise? The Barnharts, I believe, is their name.
yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively. So there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Including, I think he had two software.
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me if he had more at his home.
It was more than just the work computer that he had wiped.
He regularly used software to try to wipe, clear things off. He used VPN on his devices also.
Back here. Evan Fixler with the Idaho Statesman. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheath over to Offram Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IgG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that partial.
I'll start, and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had a DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So that you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Offram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that, and what was the beginning of the IgG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the
Oops, sorry.
FBI conducted their IGG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end,
That's interesting.
it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
Had he not left the night sheet behind? So been able to track him down?
We've talked about this ad nauseum, and the answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found it. We would have found it.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision.
Just to answer your question earlier about body cam footage in Pennsylvania, it sounds like they're probably not going to be able to release it. There's a lot of steps you have to go through, and you have to do it within like 60 days, and they don't consider it public information.
They're a Commonwealth, so
Yeah.
they have different.
So it seems pretty difficult to get. So I'm going to guess we'll never see that.
Also, Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beach just sent us an avocado with a coffee cup. So we appreciate that so much. It's so
Thank
cute.
you very much there,
Thank you.
Dreaming.
Thank you.
Appreciate that very much.
What that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it, but the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, of thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller. And then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten in through the car eventually.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Crim 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also,
There you
the
go.
Mogen family at the plea hearing mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogen
Ooh, that'd be
family.
nice.
Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick? It felt rushed. So why did this happen so quickly, even though the family?
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We've been doing that for months.
True.
And as I mentioned, that's you bringing Mr. Hurwitz in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able with the manpower to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families and we talked to the families and we solicited their input. And we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June, the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty. The court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
The trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right, with the jury as a factor and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the practical aspect is
No kidding.
that the trial machine was running, and if it was
Right.
going to be interrupted,
That's what it is.
that had
Yeah.
to be known as soon as possible.
We had to get it
I think
done
that's-
so I could
that's the fairest
retire.
explanation.
Right?
It would have been expensive.
It would have been.
It would have been multi-million-dollar case.
I mean, there's two ways of looking. Sorry,
And they could have lost.
I don't mean to
I
get
know.
us off track, but there's two ways of looking at it.
Yeah.
We are guaranteed that he's behind bars
Yep.
for the rest of his life this way.
Yeah.
Well,
Anything can
at
happen.
least the way we think, right?
Something could happen to cause a mistrial. What if he walked free because of some technicality? To me, it's not worth the risk.
Right.
Oh, I agree.
There's two ways, but there are. We all want to see. I mean, I think we all were hoping that he would see the death penalty. Let's just be
yes,
honest. However, this way we know there is some form of justice. There's no guarantee with a jury. There's no guarantee ever.
Nope.
So sorry.
Oh, Shauna Butterfly Kisses gave us a super sticker.
Oh, well, Dreaming did too. Thank you, Dreaming. She's
Well, thank you, Butterfly. Appreciate
and thank
that.
you, Shauna, you sweetheart. Let me see what it is because I have to look at a different screen. Mr. Eden never gets to see him. I have to describe them. Now, this is a cheeseburger.
Okay, good.
And thank you so much. Yeah, he's looking at it. He's eyeballing his food. That was part of what got Big E upset. He does not care for the choice of
sorry.
food that we chose.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to make it easy because I knew that Middle E was getting our lunch for us. So I knew that he knew what to order. So, and I made a mistake and it is what it is.
You did what you did. It's all right.
So, and we got what we got. So, thank you so much. Though I appreciate it. Or we appreciate it.
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here.
That's interesting.
Well, that is
So
interesting.
If there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any.
Yeah, because like there's usually a buildup.
Yeah.
To that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
right.
that
There's
answers
usually
a lot.
other things that are indicators, right?
Yes, that answers a lot.
And Deanna D has a good point. She said, in all fairness, I don't believe the families that were against the plea deal had any idea of the additional trauma to them a trial would entail. And I think that we all have seen these trials and things and know how hard it is on the families of the victims.
So graphic.
Look, if you watch that Kohberger or the Idaho 4 nights in Idaho, whatever it was called. What was it called?
One Night in Idaho.
One Night in Idaho. If you watch that at all, they've already been through.
I mean, they're just
what the social media thing did to them was already horrible.
Well, if you guys watch episode 2, you'll see a familiar face. I'm not going to say who, but we were just like, what?
Yeah.
You'll see a familiar face if you watch that on Amazon.
but they got. I didn't realize how bad the families were getting it until I watched that.
Right.
But they were getting it bad. Anybody, even just students or
Like
everyone
anybody,
was-
everybody was getting accused.
they're ridiculous, really. So it's and it would have just kept going with this. Another few, now that should all cool off.
That's
behaviors like that that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
Take this question here, and then we're gonna have two more after that.
Oh, I didn't see BHB. That's not who I saw, Lisa. I haven't gotten that far in it.
Oh, is she in it too?
I haven't gotten
Oh, I
that
didn't
far
know.
in it. Now, the person I
Yeah.
saw was kind of stalking people. It's in episode 2. You'll see.
Yeah, I missed BHB in it, or unless she's later.
Mm-hmm.
It was reached, including Gonzalez, spoken to Gonzalez afterward about their displeasure with this, and so what's that?
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units. And everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as the victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just
Sorry.
fine with
Our chat's being
decision,
funny.
because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
I am Two Bear says, I think BHB is before the 3-letter stalker. That's funny.
However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Mac restaurant due to the vegan options. When his digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. And like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection? Where's the overlap? And we searched tirelessly and never found it. I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Last question here.
Just two follow-ups to earlier questions. First of all, my question about the family. You said that you did the evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance of the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's? There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously you follow this line of interest in studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student similar, a different student in the PhD program.
Gotcha. So then I'm understanding that the planning process is that you're in the investigation investigated from that purchase of the overnight on Amazon. I guess step toward.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
And we don't
have
know.
anything to show. Or anything.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully, we tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions. And certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that the City of Moscow is going to be putting up, hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world, and today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process, and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice.
So,
We don't need to hear them. We don't need to hear
No, we
them.
don't need to
Thank
hear all that.
everybody. Yes, Page Turner. It is on Amazon. And I would highly, it's very good. And we had to, basically what happens is we watch it when we are alone in the house. I don't watch that stuff with the kids around. I don't want it to corrupt their minds in any way. So, we got about midway through the second episode enough to see the person we were talking about and kind of laugh about that. And then, we stopped it. And we haven't been able to have a moment to turn it back on just because, again, we don't want to do that with the kids in the house.
But if you are going to watch it, it is crazy sad.
It is really sad. But it really shows you the emotional toll all of these families have been through. And it is done. I don't know how to explain it. It's
very well
done. It's probably the best film as far as documentary, like the way that the look of it, it's probably the best documentary I've ever seen.
It's really well done.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so any last thoughts before we go?
No, we've almost been going for 5 hours. So I think
I'm getting tired.
Yeah. Like my makeup is wearing away as we speak. You can see me melting on camera.
Well, thank you.
I don't eat breakfast, so I have missed lunch, and it's almost dinner time. So I am ready to get some food.
You saw me off camera, or you didn't see me off camera eating fries, trying to stay because I hadn't had my breakfast yet. So,
well, we appreciate everybody joining us today, and I'm glad we didn't have any like wild curveballs thrown at us. So he will spend, looks like the rest of his life in prison with no parole, and he got all kinds of fines and everything on top of that.
I like the warning of the appeal. Like if you appeal,
the deal's off the table,
basically.
And if you're kind of joining us late, there were some really powerful statements made.
Especially Olivia.
The families, Olivia probably was the best one. Yeah, I mean, it was incredible. It'll be one of those things you'll see for years.
And we weren't planning on. We didn't get up this morning saying that we were going to do this. We just had so many people reach out to us and ask us to please cover it.
Yeah, I actually kind of forgot that was today until you told me this morning.
Yeah, and, we just had a lot of people.
I sent it to you yesterday, but you don't listen to me.
We never listen to you.
No, but I sent it yesterday and said that just a reminder, you might want to consider this because I know we were planning on going live tonight.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did.
Well,
read those text messages.
Should open those texts.
You're one of those people that send tons and tons.
I only send you in that one only things that are pertinent to what we're doing.
I do get a lot of messages, so sometimes I miss some.
It's okay. Well, we'll take this family squabble off air. And we appreciate you guys for joining us today. Thank you to all of our new members and those who gifted memberships. Thank you for our super stickers and super chats. We appreciate you guys so very much.
Yes,
and Mom says Lori Vallow Daybell sentencing is Friday.
Another one.
Ooh, well, we're doing our thing on Friday anyway. Maybe we can.
I actually really enjoy doing this.
Oh, I love the court stuff.
Yeah. So maybe.
Yeah, if the timing works out right.
The Amazon documentary is called A Night in Idaho, or One Night in Idaho. One Night in Idaho, and I would highly recommend it. You do have to have Amazon Prime.
Isn't there a Netflix series also, or a Netflix docu-series?
There's a Dateline. There's a Dateline.
I need to check that because I thought I saw it on Netflix yesterday.
It's probably several.
So it might be something similar. I haven't looked yet. I'll check it out.
We appreciate you guys so much. Thank you to, like I said, all of our members, subscribers, and especially our moderators who've hung out for over 5 hours.
know.
Lord, yes.
We wear you moderators out. Sorry about that.
Nightbot, we can't do it without you. I'm just kidding. No, Real V2, Dreaming of
He
Blue
was
Skies
doing
and Sandy
two
Beaches.
broadcasts at the same
I
time.
know.
So
We just really appreciate you guys so much.
We
You have
do.
no idea how much we
Yes,
appreciate
very
you.
much do. Could have watched this anywhere. I'm sure all kinds of people were streaming this today. We do appreciate you joining us to watch it together.
That's right.
But well, you guys have a great night.
Guilty verdicts in the 2 Arizona trials and victim statements is what Mohawk says. So yeah, we
Oh.
might. And Paige Turner, I just have to tell you, I love your name, and we're happy you've been with us today as well. And Mohawk Mom, I forgot Mohawk Mom's in mod too. We
Yes,
have
yeah.
Castle. I saw a bunch of mods come and go.
Oh, I
But
didn't see Castle.
yeah,
I didn't
Castle was
realize
here
Castle
for a little
okay.
bit, and we just appreciate you guys so much. And
thank you all again.
Let's see. I don't even think I'm ready to end the stream. I'm just chatting it up. I don't have the
Good to
outro
see
set
you.
up. I don't have any of that stuff. So, oh wait, that's the old one. I'm doing it wrong. Hold on.
Real Me Too double timing with the mod work.
I know. I feel bad for her. I feel bad for her.
I know.
And wow, all the friends. We appreciate you guys being here. And we will. Angel Wink says we are the A team for court hearings. That's right. We love it. We appreciate you guys so much, and we will see you guys Friday.
Yep. Thank you guys.
Bye.
See ya.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We're holding on to hope for you. Ooh. We remember you. We remember you. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We remember you. We remember you. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We remember you. We